Yo, hello everyone. Oh shit, here we go again. Oh. Hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a wonderful day, wonderful evening, wonderful whatever time it is. Brain, thoughts, things, maybe, hopefully. Hello Velma, how you doing? Oh. No. Yeah, that's me. That's me, not you. Right. I don't give a fuck. I'm okay. Stinky. You're stinky. I'm chilling. I was a little bit late today because I'm late because I was trying to figure out my YouTube side. The YouTube side of had a little bit of a fuck up, so I had to fix that, but it's fixed now, so we're good. Yeah, we're getting back into it. We're going to continue our playthrough of Dawntrail today, obviously, because we are not done yet. There's still lots of things to do, various quests that need to be done. I'm really hoping to blaze through as many quests as possible tonight. I really am hoping to blaze through as many quests as is possible. So let's first give a check on how far in we are. We're currently 46% due to the additional quests that have been added, I'm assuming, because of the update. Alright, we have 36 quests left to do. Let's hope these quests go pretty quickly. I can only hope. For dinner tonight, I have potatoes with gravy, roast beef, and sweet potato and carrot. It's fucking delicious, and no, you can't have any. Right. Out for now. Got Sunny Shadow. I wish this was going to be voice acted, but I know for a fact it's not. We're getting right into it because I'm not waiting around. Go fuck yourself. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you a part way. I have 9 Skelly Boys, 5 Magic Skelly Boys, 3 Skelly Golem Boys. Huh? What? I lack context for the things that you say at me. Hey. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bruh, just charge, bitch. Why are you struggling to stay on the fucking charge? Dude, I hate this phone, dude. The fucking USB-C port is fucked. For whatever reason, it just refuses to stay on charge. Dude, come on. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, fine, fuck you then. iPhone? Fuck no. It's a Galaxy S24 Ultra. The reason it's damaged is because some point problem probably. I don't know. I think USB Type-C is just shit at this point. What? Too easy to damage for something or some shit? I mean, it's a good port if it's treated well, but I just didn't treat it well. But the good thing about my phone, being an S24 Ultra, it has wireless charging. And I don't have a wireless charging pad near my computer. It's in my bedroom, so I have to go to the bedroom, put it on the fucking charger, and come back. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Booklet. Please don't. Please don't. No, go away. Ugh. Sorry, that was me. I just stop pointing my ear towards the microphone. It causes a feedback loop. I think that's what phone devs are wanting, is to force people to switch to wireless. Probably gonna make shit super expensive. I mean, the things that make it expensive is the batteries, really. A thin lithium ion battery that lasts for an extended period of time. Not exactly cheap. Most of the parts are gotten from other companies anyway. It's all artificial inflation, which is very easy to do considering they control such a large percentage in the market. I mean, you want to look at how bad things are, you're just looking at the Kindle thing, right? Amazon is shutting down or sunsetting their perfectly good Kindles. These are Kindle devices that people have had for years that still work, still do everything right. But Amazon is turning them off or no longer supporting them and shutting off their access to, basically closing off their access to the internet. Because you can't buy. The revolution is coming, brother. Sure it is. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't think so. You overestimate the mind of the sheeple. I work with people that talk. It's already happening in the US? Not really. We're talking about tech stuff. It ain't happening. If anything, it's worse in the US. Just as it is. 9 house fires? That's not a revolution. Where are the warehouse fires? That's not a revolution. That's a. It's like saying that it's a revolution to shoot at Trump. It's not a revolution. That's just a fucking an insane person doing something insane. They should be in an asylum, not fucking out with the rest of us. There's a lot of people like that these days that deserve to be in small boxes on drugs. CEOs being fired. Or what? Firebombed? That's not good. People can't afford to live. When has that never not been the case? I say that because that's what I was talking about my finances today to my mom, and she's going, yeah, this is how I raised you. I used to wonder every day in the supermarket whether or not I could afford to buy the thing off the shelf or feed you. I had to choose, and I'm like, oh. I mean, it's you just use the economy, right? The economy will do everything for you. You don't need a revolution. You don't need to burn down. The thing about it, right, is you don't need to burn down factories to get what you want. You just need, if they keep him, okay, so this is how it works, right? And you know how this is worked, because supply and demand is really simple. These companies function off the possibility that you, having limited resources, are incapable, become so incapable that you rely on them. The problem they have is they don't realize that the more that they increase their prices, the more they price themselves out of the market to such a degree that they become incapable of sustaining their own market strategy. Because the majority of these market strategies, when it comes to companies, particularly companies that lie within markets of supplying food, for example, the easiest one is the Pringle company that has happened most recently, is the company that supplied Doritos, is that they price themselves so highly that the average man and woman the people that they feed off and they rely on for their average yearly income to support their bottom line can't support themselves, and therefore their product dies just as rapidly as it grows, which means they have to lower their price just as quickly as they raised it, realizing that they have priced themselves out of the market. I don't believe, I cannot see that when it comes to a capitalistic society, you take form of capitalism, and you'll already see a market collapse because of a recession. You don't need a revolution to perform that. You need a the problem is they cut costs by you're not understanding. If they cut your wages, they stop. The problem with this, right, is they're only hurting themselves in the long run, because they feed off people that can't afford things. The whole thing, their whole business strategy is reliant not on middle class. Middle class have more than enough money to buy. Like, wealthy upper middle class aren't buying Doritos. They're buying the next brand up. They're buying what they believe is better than Doritos sometimes, right? Doritos is for the lower classes, the people that actually make the money churn in the big cycle of money flow. They're literally pricing, these companies price themselves out. Oh, there is no middle class anymore? Yeah, there is. The lower, you still have a middle class. It's just that the middle class and the lower class are a big gap. The bigger the gap between the lower and middle class, because the middle class, you don't live in America? Bro, I don't need to live in America to understand economics. This is the most basic fucking this is the most basic understanding of economics. The high class, the rich people, they aren't close to a middle class. The middle class is higher than the lower class, because the gap between the middle class and the lower class are so instrumental that it looks like there is no middle class. You see what I'm saying? The disparity between what you think is middle class and upper class is much greater than you think, because the gap between the middle class and the upper class is even greater. We're talking this step between making $70,000 a year, so you're just surviving, to making $200,000 a year. And that's like, mind you, I'm being very conservative. If a lower class person is only making $40,000 a year, because I think the medium average is only about $60,000 a year. You can disagree with me as much as you want. I'm right, though. The economy proves that I'm right, because I still have money. I make money. Anyway, not from this, I fucking don't. In Australia politics is... Australia, guess what? Uses a lot of American fundamental systems. It's just the only thing that we have is free healthcare. And even then, it's not really free. It just seems like it's free. Australia has its own issues with the fact... Anyway. Having the same issue. In America... Okay. You understand this? America believes that their prices for fuel are high. Your prices for fuel are not high. Your gas is not expensive. Your gas is not expensive in the fucking slightest. You want to see expensive gas? Our gas is way more fucking expensive than American gas. It's crazy. Because it's all based on like all percentages, right? We by capital have a higher a higher minimum income. But guess what? The more you increase minimum wage, the more that companies are just going to keep increasing their prices. This is basic inflation. You can give the middle classes or the lower classes a higher minimum wage, and guess where the company's gonna go? The companies are gonna go, great, that means the lower classes have even more money to spend each year. We can increase prices even further. This is the definition of inflation. That's why $25 an hour is the average, is the minimum government mandated wage. And people are still complaining. That's $40,000 a year. People are complaining that you can't live on $40,000 a year in Australia. People can't afford rent. They can't afford to live in Australia on $40,000 a year. Because a company sees you're making 40 grand a year, great. I'm going to increase my price. I'm going to increase the prices on you so you can't, so you're going to spend more and give me more. Because you have all this money. You have $40,000. I need my cut. That's what, and you know why? Because that's what I would do. If I was a greedy CEO, that's what I would do. Every time they raise the minimum wage, I'd go, great. The system's not rigged. It's how it was designed from the beginning. It's not... For a system to be rigged, that has to be changed after the fact. The system was flawed from the beginning because humans were introduced. Anyway, I have fun talking about this. I don't really give two flying fucks. It doesn't matter to me. I just think people are going to sit around and complain. You know why I know that? Because it's what Australians have done. There's been nothing done about it. For years, people have been complaining about the fact that they cannot live, that they cannot survive in this economy. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I ain't seen shit. Ain't no protests here in Australia. Ain't nothing. There's a lot of complaining. A lot of politicians but the politicians don't care because they get their money. And you can't lower the price. You can't lower the wages of a politician because then you increase bribery. Just as they said in Fallout New Vegas, the game was rigged from the start. Sorry, kid. You pulled a double rung of bad luck. The game was rigged from the start. I'm gonna eat the game. You can't eat shit. The funny thing about it, right, is even if there is a so-called revolution, you're just gonna end up with the same system that you had before. It's just that you're starting back again you're starting back at zero, but the inevitable end is exactly where you left. You're just resetting a system that will end up exactly the same as it was before. Well, it's like you can't bring communism in because then you're going to end up with a dictatorship. You can't bring socialism in because then you're going to end up with a dictatorship. You can't. There's so many systems in the world that you can't bring in that you'll just end up with a dictatorship. So you're left with the only fucking shitty system that you already have. And it's gonna be shitty because humans exist. And humans, as the famous quote goes, no system in history survives contact with humans. I still find it ironic our taxes are so damn high, but now we're a country that started over 3% tax on tea. Yeah. I mean, that was the tax on the British, right? There was the government trying to tax the British because they wanted a cut of the British income. Am I wrong? Wrong about what? Your pickles are now mine? pickled his dick. British taxing the colonists? Oh, it was one or the other way. I couldn't remember whether or not they were taxing, the British were taxing them or that they were taxing the British. It was one way or the other. It's the same shit. Same shit, different side. It's all retaliatory. I will bite it off, motherfucker. Nuh-uh. I mean, there's nothing really you can do. It's just like, it's also the same thing with people are talking that you should take all this money away from CEOs and you should take all this money away from billionaires. Except you wouldn't be able to. Why are the redeems disabled? That's a Twitch thing. I don't know why. I don't know why the redeems are disabled. Usually it's Twitch having an issue. Because they're disabled for me as well. But yeah, the same thing is like, if you go after the rich, if you go after the super wealthy, the problem with going after the super wealthy is that they have a lot of money. And money means that they have a lot of options. And more options means if you come after them, they're just gonna leave. They just leave. And we saw that, we've seen this before in recessions, particularly the American recessions. Guess what ultra rich people do when a country goes into recession? They exacerbate the issue by pulling out all their money and then fucking off to a different country. Because they have the money to do it. I cast fireball. Money corrupts people, that's no secret. I disagree. I don't think money corrupts as much as you must have. It's more of money causes an already existing addiction to occur. Because I've interacted with money all my life. I don't care about who fucks about money. Money is just a means to an end. I cast instant regret. I cast slightly wet socks. Question mark. Anyway, power corrupts. People are corrupt. People get power or gain power through corrupt means, or they seek power for ill gains, and therefore corruption is exacerbated. It's the same reason why you never want a leader who wants to lead become your leader. I cast one Lego brick to be stepped on. People aren't inherent. No, I'm saying the people that you notice that have the money. So the corruption is already within an individual. So I'm talking in an individual, not within people in general. The individual is corrupt, and money exacerbates that. And then they seek out the ability to do things, if you get what I mean. That's why you have so many rich and powerful people seem corrupt or seem to have basically no moral compass, when the actuality is they never had any moral compass, and they were already corrupt from the get-go. And because of that corruption, they sought ways of gaining power and influence because they wanted to gain, because that's what they wanted. And they go after it obsessively. It's a psychology thing, right? How many neurodivergent people do we have in here? I don't know. I don't classify myself as neurodivergent. I think that's a term that therapists use. It's a therapeutic term. I agree with the idea that people are categorizing far too heavily into their own. Like we take therapy speech and then use it as part of the common lexicon, which doesn't really make sense to me. It's just a tool that people use against each other most often. I cast big ceiling light. I think we're on the same page, saying it different. Power sows corruption. Sows the corruption. No matter how small, the money enables it. Sort of. I'm saying that the corruption came first, and then they sought power. Because most often the individual by themselves is already corrupted. Because some people in life are just fucking, they're just that deranged, and then they seek power to spread influence. I just, you may see it as the same thing, but it's technically, like, in my brain, it's two different things, because there's one thing that you're causing corrupt power causes people to become corrupt, where I'm saying that they should already have been they've already been corrupted from the start. I think some people are inherently corrupt. I mean, you look at fucking psychopaths. Would you say a psychopath is not necessarily entirely corrupt? Because from all standpoints, well, they may have never killed anyone in their entire life. They may have gone through their entire life without an issue. But by definition, their soul is different. They wouldn't have any problems doing that. The only reason they don't do it is because they follow the law. They are more afraid of the natural reaction. They're not egotistical enough, not for it. Psychopaths aren't inherently corrupt, though. That's a big oversimplification. That's what yeah. It is. If you can't simplify something, what's the point of understanding it? If you can't simplify something down, then you haven't understood it. I think we give human beings too much. Like we want to. Don't get me wrong. I'm an individualist to a certain extent, because everyone is an individual and you should be treated like an individual. But I think in terms of corruption, most often individuals are corrupt. I'm not saying human nature, every single fucking human being on earth is corrupt or some. No, I'm saying certain individuals just come out of the womb not predetermined, incorrect. How would you say? Not pre-aspected. But their life will lead to the problems, if you get what I mean. They've got bad RNG. Like these are corrupt scenarios. They've got such bad RNG that the corruption was inevitable. Is more what I'm saying. You've got such bad RNG that corruption, to some extent, was basically inevitable. Some people's brains just work differently. This is why we have people that are murderers that murder just because they like murdering. We should blow up the planet. We would solve a lot of problems. The concept is awful. Have we not figured out I have a very bleak aspect on life? I inherently see the flaws in human beings, and which is why I love the idea of wanting humans to be better than what they are. It's why I play Final Fantasy, why I enjoy Final Fantasy. It's the idea of that humans can rise above and be better, and that that not everyone is the worst of the worst. But to a certain extent, there are some even in Final Fantasy games, there are some people you just can't save. They were fucked from the beginning. There's no bringing them back. It happens. There are some people in Final Fantasy games, they're just fucked, and the only thing you can do is kill them. Would you say a psychopath that knows that they are and actively strives not to be evil is still corrupt? Okay. So if you look at if you look at the psychology of a psychopath, right? They are not inherently evil, which is different from corrupt, right? The evil and corrupt are to me are two different things. Corruption is a form of thinking that putrefies the environment around you. The psychopathic mindset, or the antisocial behaviors that causes, or that a psychopath demonstrates, are typically destructive to the surroundings that they are most often in. And you know this because psychopaths most commonly destroy the relationships that are around them. They are not in every case, but in most cases they are incredibly leech-like beings that will suck everything out of the people that are in them, and will constantly revolve around each group of individuals. And sometimes they do it for thrill, sometimes they do it because that's just what they are. That's what they do. They don't intend to be evil with it. They're not being evil. They just can't see the morality in it. There's no good or evil to them. It is the inherent thing that if it doesn't benefit them, why should they care? To be evil, it would be you're killing without an issue, right? That's evil. Corruption is the idea of distorting. Departure from the original, from what is pure or correct. One of the three definitions, yeah. The other two are political power, correct. So, what is pure and correct? Is it pure and correct to say that you should destroy every relationship around you? Should you play with people's emotions just because you find it fun? Which is the most stereotypical forms of psychopathic behavior or antisocial behavior, who most often are masochistic or sadistic in their forms, where they will often play with people in order to extract the most joy out of situations, most often leaving someone in a negative light or draining someone of most of their resources. Psychopathy is a lack of emotion. No. Psychopathy is a form of antisocial behavior. It is the inability to sense or care for most forms of while emotion. They lack emotion, but it's also the inability to sense other people. So you like I can't think of it. They lack all empathy towards others. They lack the ability to understand, not understand, but have the same kind of social bonds that most people do. Like there are articles and articles on the studies of psychopathy that go in, and obviously there are different forms of psychopathy, because you can have antisocial behavior without being a psychopath. That's why typically psychopaths is a very extreme distinction in antisocial behavior. You can be antisocial and demonstrate antisocial behavior. I mean, we're doing antisocial behavior right here, right? To a certain extent, where we're not truly interacting, like we're not having a conversation in voice. Anyway, it blurs. I'm getting too abstract with it. But psychopathy is the most ardent form of antisocial behavior. It is most often genetic. Bunch of y'all nerds. We are. And there are a lot of, if you look at psychopathy and the categorizations of psychopathy, it will make a lot more sense. Because then you got the distinction between psychopaths and sociopaths, because a sociopath is not a psychopath. But here, okay, so let's look. We want to talk about definitions. Here's the definition of a psychopath, right? A personality construct categorized by a lack of empathy, remorse, conscious, combined with a manipulative, impulsive, and often callous behavior. Would you say that it is okay and pure and correct for people to be inherently manipulative of people around them, impulsive and callous towards others? Obviously this is the most extreme form of antisocial behavior that could possibly happen. But often these people are incredibly narcissistic. They only care for themselves. They show no care for others around them. They will actively enter groups of people and just purely out of the joy of making their lives hell, or sucking out the resources, because they're very parasitic in their lifestyles. They have no regards for social norms, no regards for the law, and the only reason they follow the law is because they don't want to go to jail. You can talk. There is I believe there was a study. I believe it was a study. I could be wrong. I know there was at least an interview with certain psychopaths that would determine that the reason that they are behaving in society is because they fear. They don't care about what happens realistically. The only reason they follow the laws is because they don't want to be confined. I think you have to accept that some people in life are just inherently bad. A functional psychopath still is a form of corrupted human nature. Humans are by nature. There's a reason when you meet a psychopath, if you are a highly empathetic person, particularly this happens in women, there is a physiological effect that occurs when meeting a psychopath. It is literally a danger sense that inbuilt into the human psychology that alerts you to the predatory nature of this individual. If they show their true colors, if they turn off the fake personality, it is a categorized effect that psychopaths have on people. What does that tell you? That means that they are not natural to our society. This is an aberration of human psychology. They may not necessarily be evil, but by definition, they are a corruption of the human structure. That doesn't mean they're bad, but they are inherently corrupt. And then when given the right social circumstances, they can become further corrupted or further be twisted. Because if you're bad, imagine born as a psychopath. You're in a situation, you're in a social situation that is incredibly difficult on you. You are physically abused most often. If you basically have the worst spot in our RNG, which is what we often see with the worst serial killers. They are most often, not always, but most often, are born into lives of strife, emotional or physical abuse, and then after leaving that life, they go on, they live their lives for a certain period of time, but eventually they begin their rampage. They begin the slaughters. And this is not always the case, but in most cases where we see psychopaths turn into mass murderers, this is what usually how it happens. One's upbringing does affect their future. Exactly. They were just they're not preordained. They were spawned with such bad RNG. Some people just have really bad RNG. That's the way you say it, because there's no way. The seed of corruption was not there at the start. Trauma doesn't lead to you killing people. Don't get. I love the. It's funny. It's not predestined. I keep saying that because it's in my natural lexicon reaches for that words, but I'm just going like RNG, right? It's just randomly. You're born to a random woman in a random place, and this can happen to you. It's not destined. It's just what happens. And I think there are some psychologies, some humans are born with a psychology that means they are more likely to lean into structures of corruption than others. Something still had to happen. You can't go through life without bad things happening. What do you mean? What? I don't understand. I'm trying to say that some people have a psychology that is just incompatible. Corruption is something that needs a catalyst. No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily need a catalyst. It's not an inherent thing. How do you know that? You don't know that. I don't know that. You don't know that. I'm just looking at the facts that we have seen in society. Some people, regardless of how they are brought up, lean more towards psychological factors. It's the same thing. They've looked at the brain scans of people that are that are PDF files, right? And their brain is literally structured differently. Would you say that that's not a form of corruption? Now, that's not in every case, don't get me wrong. Forgive me, I'm not trying to make it seem like this is a broad thing. But there have been, it's the same thing with people who like feet. Did you know that in certain structures in the brain, if you like feet, it's because your brain is structured in such a way that it makes it more likely that you're going to get a feet fetish? Some people were just rigged from the start. You were just fucked from the start. Now, does that mean that you have to lean into that corruption? No. You can become better. You quoted Parthenax on becoming a better person. Parthenax agreed. He even said, I was born of evil. I am born of evil nature. I am evil. I know I'm evil. I'm striving to be better. Therefore, he knew he was corrupt. He knew what he did was wrong, and therefore is becoming a better person because of it. Even the dragons were born to conquer. Parthenax's speech was the idea that literally dragons were meant to destroy the world. That's Alduin's entire thing, was conquering and destroying and returning. In lore, dragons were evil by nature. Exactly. Parthenax is evil, which is the highest form of corruption, maybe, if you want to say that. I'm like, I sort of categorize it. There's a point where evil and corrupt, like, you become so much corrupt that you become evil, if you see what I mean. Like, there's it's like a bar that fills up over time in my brain. But if they're evil by nature, Parthenax as a corrupt dragon by definition. So, if he's corrupt, if he is a corrupt dragon or an evil dragon because he is born of evil, from your perspective, this should be a corruption. Actually, you're right. He is corrupt. He is corrupt because he's the guy. We're getting lost in semantic. I'm just having fun, right? I love this. I can't debate people without them getting mad and screaming at me, and I love I love debate. And so, if we're going to go off the idea that Parthenax is corrupt, no, that's what I'm saying. I know you're not mad. I'm saying that I'm used to people getting upset and screaming at me, telling me that I'm wrong when I'm just quoting things. And some people just don't like that. But this is an actual discussion that we're having. Yeah, I'm not accusing you of being mad. I'm having fun right now. So anyway, my point was Parthenax is by inherently is corrupt. So if he's evil by nature and was corrupted to be and is corrupt to attempt to be good, that's a form of corruption, sure. Corruption is a subjective thing. That's what I'm sort of trying to say. But the thing, that's what I'm trying to say at the same time, is that there are people. Corruption relies on a system being in place. There will always be the corruption is born out of the requirement that human society exists, right? Can you have corruption in the animal society, in an animal kingdom? Can an animal be corrupt? No. Any human being, if a society exists on Earth, will have some form of corruption system. We've had this for centuries. We've seen this in the Middle Ages. Middle Ages constantly accused other people of being corrupted by the devil. I just can't get past the inherent thing. Well, and I'm trying to say you don't have a choice. There are some people whose brains were just rigged from the start. It's inevitable sometimes. There are people that are just genetically fucked from the start. It's not preordained. It's not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the most evil person on Earth. That doesn't mean that they're going to be a killer. That just means that their brain chemistry is formed in such a fashion that they are more likely to seek out paths of corruption, or what the society would deem as corrupt. Because seeking power, seeking influence is not inherently evil or corrupt. But the most often the people that we see that seek power and seek influence are corrupt in some way, or that seeking power, and they may have not entirely been corrupt. There is a form of corruption, perhaps, that exacerbates as they grow. This is not always true, but sometimes it is, which is why we see the social structures at the top of society that we see. There's a reason why the most common thought among people is that most politicians are corrupt. Well, I would never become a leader. No, genetically fucked would be this from the start would be diabetes 1 running in the family. Correct. Guess what? And some people that have that from a psychological perspective, some people's brains are just like that. If diabetes type 1 runs in a family, why can't a form of psychopathy or a type of power seek, the physical structures that exist in the brain? I'm gonna let y'all argue. If corrupt is departure from the original, and Parthenac is saying they corrupt by departing from his usual nature. That's what I was trying to say earlier. So you're telling me if you were made the leader of a country, you would not become corrupt? I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would say I'm not likely to become corrupt because I don't have the structures to seek power. I don't care about this country. I don't care about anything. So you know what I would do? I would do what the people want me to do, because it's the only way I can get them to shut up. It's a hypothetical, and I'm telling you what my hypothetical would be. If you made me the fucking king of this country, and I had anything, and I could do anything, I would do nothing. Because I don't fucking care. You could see that as a form of corruption if you want, but legitimately could not give less of a fuck. I'm not some be-all end-all who can come in and fix everyone's problems. I don't care. I've been placed on a stool on a fucking throne and been told to govern a country, and I'm going, I don't care. Do what the fuck you want. I'm the king that sits there and doesn't care and waits until he gets assassinated. This society doesn't mean anything to me. I'm sorry, but that's something for me. It's I don't care enough about society to try and fix every problem. Because I'm capable of seeing the structures that exist in humanity and knowing that evil, if you want to call it evil, it doesn't bother me. If you want to say it's evil, or you want to say it's a form of, or if it's a form of corruption or whatever, or if it's a lack of morality or a different kind of morality, people are going to do evil things to each other. People will always do evil things on each other. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't know if I would become corrupt because I don't know what corrupt would look like for me. What would it be? What? I would like take a load of wives? No, fuck that. Would I indulge on? Would I spend money unnecessarily? Maybe. I don't know. I legitimately cannot see what my form of corruption would be. Something that you could probably go, that's corrupt, why are you doing that? But in my mind, I go, I don't think it's corrupt, because I don't care. I don't know what that corruption, and it's very, I'm not saying I wouldn't be corrupt. I just don't know whether or not that would be the case or not. Would I change to having more if I had more power influence? I think I'd just become tired faster. I think I'd become more sick of people. I'm already mad at the world as it is. I don't want to fucking live in this world as it is, for the most part. If I'm going to be entirely honest, the only reason I haven't put a gun in my mouth is because I don't own one. I just, well, kind of. Okay. People need to understand this, right? I have, for the longest time, believed that I would, when I was younger and my father passed away, I saw no reason in living anymore. And that I couldn't care less about this. The moment my mother dies, that's changed now. Don't get me wrong. That's changed because I have a girlfriend and I have other things in life that I care about. But at the time when I was growing up, and I still have somewhat of that around now, I believed that when my mother died, I would kill myself. Because I saw no reason in living. I saw no point in life. And to a certain extent, I still don't see any point in life. Has it resolved to some extent? Have I seen some point of revolution that I can feel better about life? Yeah. It's not nearly as bad as it was, but I can't change that about my personality. I can't change that. The point of life is life itself. I know, and guess what? I don't care. That's great for you. I don't care. This is just a waste of human flesh. For me. And, I'm glad you see that outlook in life, and a lot. I've gone through things in life, right? I've had my hardships. I've had struggles. I still have struggles every day. My body's slowly dying as it is. My father fought harder than anyone to try and live. He still died. And I can't see the point. It's just, the thing is, it's not an emotional stance, right? This is not me being emotional and me being depressed. This is purely analytical. That's the, you know, that's the worst part about it. The worst part about this psychopathy that not psychopathy, this pathology that I have. We've been talking about psychopathy, so I reached for that word, but I mean pathology, meaning way of thinking. The reason I have this pathology is from an analytical point of view and performing an analysis of my life and where my life would end up, that I could end my suffering prematurely before believing that any better outcome would come about. Life is precious. That's why life is precious, because it ends. Even analytically, we all end. And that's why life has value. I'm glad you see that. I don't see that. And here's the thing. I understand that. But overall, my suffering that I have plotted out, that I know how much suffering I could possibly have at the time, and I'm not saying that I still have this now, mind you. It's greatly decreased as life has gone on. Well, not necessarily gone on, but as life has improved in some fashions. It's still, I'm still making the calculation, and I'm still somewhat there. It's hard to, and I must admit, there's a reason why young men's suicide is at the highest point that we've ever seen. I'm not the only one making this evaluation. I'm not the only person in this life seeing the outcomes of society and realizing that I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill only for it to roll back over me and for me to start again. And what's the point of doing that? You're living an unnecessary life of suffering when you could finish that and continue on. And well, not continue on. You could finish it and be done with it. Is that a correct evaluation? Is that a nice evaluation? No. Is it a good thing? Absolutely not. Is it a poor mindset to have? Sure. But this is the perspective that I have seen, and as a teacher myself, as someone who taught young men, something I also saw in other young fellas. I used to teach people I used to teach younger fellas than I how to overcome the very thing that I have been suffering from. Because I know the evaluation. I know what I could do differently. I know everything that I could possibly say to make my life better. But it doesn't affect me because I already know. I strive to make other people's lives better while not caring about the value of my own. Anyway, I guess this got too dark. This has got too depressive. I'm sorry. I want to go back to arguing. This is too dark. I want to go back to the needless, pointless argument about corruption. The fun that I was having talking about corruption. This is too dark. I want to go back to my pointless discussion about corruption, dude. I was enjoying it. Did you just say JK right now? I wish I could. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've had 3 attempts. Sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I say it not to. I understand this may seem like that it's incredibly painful. I know. I'm sorry. I'm touching on such a subject. I don't want to devalue it from you. Like you're striving for life. I don't want to devalue it. This is why I said that I have attempted and very positively helped other people in life. And I'm happy for that. I was once once when I was diagnosed once when my grandfather was diagnosed with cancer, and once when he died. Oh, I see. Sorry, my brain took a fucking minute to look at that. I'm aware. Life is precious, no matter how you look at it. Death is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Yeah, I understand that, and I can see why, and I know why you have the perspectives and what you do, and I'm not blaming you for them, and I'm not saying that I haven't quoted that myself. I've written that out. I've written all that stuff out. I'm not planning to kill myself anytime soon. Let me get that straight. I have no plans on dying anytime soon because life has improved, right? That's what I said. I'm talking about this is a mindset that I have had since I was younger, that it's a pathology that I am incapable of escaping truly, but one that I fight against. Right? It's always, life is a constant fight. You see what I mean? We're talking the same direction, right? Where you've suffered great evil or great misfortune, and you attempted to do what the only thing you thought was possible, and now that you understand that that's not the problem, that's not going to solve your issue, you fight hard against it. You fight hard for life because you understand the end. Oh, my key puller. I was playing with the key puller and now it's under the computer. Why? I'm sorry to get so dark. I was very much enjoying the corruption talk, but I needed to give context for why I said the things that I said. I guess my pessimistic view on life is rather difficult. Which is understandable. No, how does that work? Oh, that's how that works. Context is not necessary. You did not. When did you didn't say that. If you had you actually said stop, I would have stopped. To be fair, I'll get that really clear. I'll make that very clear to in chat. If I'm discussing a subject that makes most in chat uncomfortable, you just tell me to stop and I will stop. It's like, unless it's something that I'm not taking seriously, like if I'm talking serious, or if I'm talking something like super stupid, I want to honor that rule, right? No, I should honor that rule. I was like, I have infinity hugs. I would like to embrace my girlfriend, but she is far away. And that it is what it is. There's a reason, and I want to say this, right? So we have air hug. There's a reason why Dark Souls is one of my favorite genres. There is a reason. It is the same reason why at the end of stream, if people are here at the end of stream, guess what? When I end stream, do you know what this thing that I say at the end of stream is? Do you remember what I say at the end of stream? The term that I use? There's a phrase that I use that I have from the Dark Souls community that exists because of people that have gone through the rough patches in life and they use Dark Souls as a form. Not once made it to the end. So at the end of every stream, I try my best. I sometimes forget. I try my best to remember. But part of my outro usually is "Don't you dare go hollow." There's the phrase of a Dark Souls player, and the idea of overcoming depression or overcoming life is the idea of going hollow. If you give in to the dark impulses, you give in to life's, don't abstract on me. If you don't give in to the dark, like giving in, it means you go hollow. In Dark Souls, the more and more you die, you go hollower and you become more and more hollow. You slowly become more distorted and you slowly lose yourself. That's what going hollow is, until you become fully hollow. And so the phrase that everyone gets from what's his fucking name? Of Astora. Oscar of Astora is "Don't you dare go hollow, my friend." There's even or is it oh no, that's who it is. Forgive me, it was the pyromancer. There's an entire category of it, of people saying like, don't, goodbye then, be safe, don't you dare go hollow. And it's the pyromancer beckoning that you don't you dare go hollow. And people have actually taken this, and I believe there's an entire subreddit for don't you dare go hollow. It's really cool. Obviously they broach dark subjects, but if you really want to see like Dark Souls positively looked at despite the rage, then don't you dare go hollow is a great thing to go. In the digital circus, abstraction is a metaphor for suicide. Oh. Don't you dig her as the same energy as don't abstract on me? Yeah, okay. I was unaware of this context. Forgive. But yeah, that's basically the same thing, for the most part. There are tons of videos as well. Dark Souls is just basically, more often than not, is the male is the male striving for better. I want to say the male equivalent because I don't know Digital Circus, but obviously there's probably a lot of men that know Digital Circus because it's more reader based, I guess, would be a correction of that. Maybe. Oh no. Was just explaining. You're fine. I'm just going to. Oh, I've never watched this. This is what this is? I've seen clips of this show, but I've never actually watched it. I get it sometimes on. I've received one or two of these on YouTube Shorts, but they're usually a meme. It's fun as hell. I was always weirded out. I will admit, I was always weirded out by it. It's on YouTube. Check it out. Yeah, I don't know if it was from the same channel or not. I've always seen their avatars. Like, I just never actually took the time to look at it because, like I said, most of the time that I see the characters, they were in a meme format. From Glitchworks. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Glitchworks sounds familiar. It might have been in my feed at some point. Anyway, my point was, I've been rambling on for an hour and 30 minutes. There goes wanting to make as much progress as possible. Hey, I couldn't help myself. I love talking shit. I chat shit. They did the Gaslight District and murder drones? I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound familiar. Glitchworks sounds familiar. It sounds like a name I've heard before. I don't. Maybe I do know that? No, it doesn't. But definitely, like I said, it does indeed sound or look familiar. I've just never taken the time to actually watch it. Prominently do 3D animation. And I know I didn't spell that right. Oh. The blood's certainly pumping, even if it's making you mad. Even if it's just me making you mad, I got the blood pumping, I guess. Madge or Sage. The thing is, I love talking. Mainly because I don't talk all day. So when I have a chance to chat shit, or talk absolute chat shit, need cookie for comfort? I don't have any cookies. You're gonna have to get your own. I don't even have cookies in the house. See, I'm the worst kind of person to start an argument with, because I will argue for this, even though I will argue on something that I don't even agree with, just because I find the argument fun. And sometimes it makes people really mad. So when I get a chance to argue, I'm gonna grab that line and run as far as the other person's willing to go. Just fair warning. So if you start an argument with me in the future, I will continue to fucking argue without cease until you tell me to stop. until you either back down or stop caring. I will continue to argue. That goes for everyone. That is everyone that I interact with. I've even done it with Crow, and Crow gets really, really mad with me for it because it's something that I really do that annoys. Because I will always just argue for the sake of arguing, because I find it so fun. It's just something so enjoyable about arguing. I don't know why. We were playing a call on you. Are you ready to leave? That's right. That's part of the reason. Okay, so one of the reasons I also got distracted is because I saw this fucking bitch and I really didn't want to deal with her. So I took the fucking distraction and I ran with it. Fucking hate this chick. I don't hate. Oh, okay. Hate's a bit of a strong word, I guess. Because I don't. The problem, you know, honestly, you know what the problem is? I don't hate her. I just think she's so boring. She's just so boring of a character. She's so boring that I just I took the first interesting thing I saw in chat and I ran with it because I don't want to fucking deal with this bitch. And I know I can't escape her. I'm gonna see this bitch for the rest of this goddamn expansion. And I'm gonna fucking absolutely fucking lose my mind. You know what the worst part is? I just know. Dull Mary Sue. Basically, I just know. And you know why I know? Because she is a Dull Mary Sue. I can guarantee you that she's gonna have a Deus Ex Machina moment. I can feel it in my bones, man. Anytime a character like this shows up, can guarantee you she's gonna have some sort of Deus Ex Machina, and I don't want it to happen, but I know it. I can feel it. Oh, anyway, I'm seeing the people come together as one, knowing that I haven't given up. Hope was all the encouragement I could ask for. Deus Ex Machina can be done. It can. That is very true. It can be done. There's a reason why it's based on the movie, a very good movie. In some parts, it's overall good. It can be done well. I don't think this writer, whoever is writing this story, I don't think they can do it well. Even if they had written. No, I don't think this writer could do it. If a stronger writer were to do it than this, if they had really built up her character better than what they've done, I feel like she could totally earn a moment. Because we've seen it before. We've seen, like, literally in one of the pre-arcs before this expansion, we literally had a quote-unquote Mary Sue character being Zero. A chick that we met in the 13th, the World of Darkness, who gained well, she didn't really, it wasn't really a Deus Ex Machina, but she gained an extra power, right? She took the power of light and then it became extra powerful, and she was able to help strike down the darkness. I had no problems with that. That story was fine because Zero was an interesting character. She wasn't a particular, may not have been a very strong character, but she was certainly more interesting than Wooklamat. This character is so dull. Anyway, let's get going. We leave for Exteral Skygate. BRB, yeah, go get your cookie. I'm teleporting. I ain't fucking running all the way. I ain't running all the way over there. Ain't happening. Ain't gonna happen. Was that a triple triad that I saw? I saw triple triad. I see triple triad. Give me triple triad card. Give me the triple triad card. Hello, Gulvolja. Gulvolge this dick. Yes. Give me your triad card. Plus, really? Chaos, interesting. Curious. I had a feeling that was gonna happen, but it's fine. I planned for it. Man, that's a strong card. Oh, interesting. Oh, I guess that's gonna be the card, because that's the first time I've seen that one. Ruby weapon? I need a ruby weapon skin. That was not my intention, but sure. That works. Oh man, that's a strong... That's not... Man, this card is strong. I'm actually struggling. I have to stop playing the strength of the card rather than setting up traps. Fuck. Motherfucker. That's such a strong card. Alright, we're gonna do a temporary sacrifice just to get rid of this ruby weapon. Skunk back, welcome back. Get my ass kicked in card game. I want this fucking card. I don't know why I've become obsessed with triple triad. I just have. Now explain the rules of of said card game. The only rules that I know is that if your number is bigger than the opposing person's number, you win the card. That's literally the only rules that I know. And I play entirely off that rule. There's a, like, so basically there's a north, south, east, and west directional of attack, which is allocated by numbers. So 5, 7, 7, 2. And based on where you put them. So if I place this card here, he has 2 absolute attacks and defense. Yeah, it's a fucking full-on ace card. Which I don't know what that means. He has 2 forms of absolute defense or absolute attack, depending on where he's placed, and that's only on 2 sides. His being well, the east and south. Like the cards themselves. As for these things, like plus, I think plus, if I remember correctly, if your card adds the total number of this card, like everything on this card, you take the card regardless of how strong your card is. Fallen ace is, I think, if there's a disparity. So if I put an absolute, if someone puts a 1 against an absolute, the fallen ace takes that card, regardless of the fact that it's an absolute. Well, because it's an absolute, he's capable of taking it. Ah, Gugula Jaja. Draw. I think I explained that well. It's the thing about it is I never bothered to learn the game except for the numbers. Like everything else, the plus system, the chaos system, the fallen ace, they don't really matter. All that matters is you place the card with the higher number against the card with the lower numbers on the side of the card with the lower number, and you win. That's the only way that's the only way I know how to play. There's basically no strategy in this. And these cards are just weak. There you go. When a card is played, if 2 or more of the sides are touching other cards, and the sum of the ranks on the touching sides are identical to the sums on the other touching sides, the other card is flipped. The other cards are flipped. Chaos cards must be played in a random order. Oop. Cards must be played in a random order determined before the match. A rank 1 side can flip to an absolute side. When the reverse is played, an A will flip a 1. Okay. So they're the more complex rules. It's like, this game is not terribly difficult to understand. It's just sometimes really irritating, particularly the plus system. If you're not taking account of if you're not keeping track of all the if you're not keeping track of the plus system, you easily get fucked by it. Yay, I won! Yeah, I got the card! Gula Jaja! I have too much shit in my inventory. I have my boy! Even though he just died. I still have my boy! I have him a card for him, at very least. Alright. Notice the objective is speak with Luklamat. Look at the mat. I see the mat. Hello, Matt. Is everyone here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zerolja and secure peace with Tuliola. Now he's with with you forever. Yeah. We'll be passing until the game shuts down. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movements. So stay sharp. I'm gonna fucking teleport there. Unless you force me to go through there with a cutscene. Cutscene! No, not voice acted? Gross. The Lance Guard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in the quick succession and took to looming overhead. That's literally what we told you earlier. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliola. Indeed, while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things in the area are moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni. It's a perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Zari and I know a few locals who can help. Now let's divide up into two groups. Aaronville, Alize, Zarya, come with me. Oh, why am I stuck with you? To inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shalon Station. Like, what are we gonna do? The train doesn't it's in the dome, right? Assuming. We can start with Hashwadi, or whatever the fuck that name is, where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You remember where you remember where the law enforcement on a different country is, on a different side of the continent exists to be, but you don't know about your own people in your own country. Whatever, that doesn't matter. You do. The sheriff, Kamaka, whatever, should be able to tell us a few things. I can never say these names right. Every single time I go to say these names, I have no fucking hope. I try, man. I try. It's just pointless. It's just so pointless. I never, even after hearing them, some of these ones are just like, what? What do you mean? What the fuck? What words are you spitting at me? The worst part about it is I think some of them are actually Native American words, where they're like trying to mimic Native American. Which is nice, but I don't know if these are actually Native American words. Maybe. Like I said, I don't know if they're mimicking the structuring of Native American words, or what. Oh, really? It's at the end of town? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Ah, I never actually went up this far into the town. I probably could have come up here actually and seen the what's the name hostages, or the guys that were told to lock up. The guys we saved from the lockup. Maybe I would have been able to see them. Not like it would have mattered. All right. Oh, it's you two. And I'll be Lamat as well. You're the sheriff of the Dutch Watch, yes? What's the situation here? And Sawaki. Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared. But they've been hovering there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. They've been investigating to the extent we can. We've been oh my god. I'm gonna put my jaw back in place. We've been investigating to the extent that we can, but we've spread thin and haven't looked into Shishi Springs yet. Szechuan Springs? I don't know. Szechuan sauce? Apparently, the mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. If that's true, then the people are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. The rest of you could head to the springs. I'll go visit Matson. I'll come be home. Why? Why? Why is this game insistent on putting me in this fucking bitch's... I'll go with Aaronville. I'll see you all in a while. Why? This game is so incessant on sticking me with this bitch. You like the game, yeah? You like it? You like the character, right? You do like Wookalamat, right? You like her, right? You wouldn't dare hate my character. You wouldn't dare hate my self-insert. This is my OC. Because the DLC insists on itself. It really does. Look at my Goobu. My Goobu does not care. Not a single thought behind those eyes. You see the Goobu? Not a single thought behind those Goobu eyes. I wish I was like you, Goobu. Zero brain activity. Zero fucking brain activity. Smooth brain, empty head. You sneeze. Goobu sneeze. I like how they told us, "Ah, we better get here fast. They may be attacking." I look around, it's unchanged. They're gonna even bother to put in any kind of work saying that they've been attacked or something. Like there's no scorch marks or anything. Okay, whatever. We'll just say that it's fine. And all clear this way? Mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each of them... Oh, wait. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. I swear. If I have a taco making scene in this fucking western... in this western section of the game, I'm gonna be pissed. Freeway clerk. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. Walika and the others are out investigating. They've confirmed that Nitowika is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back there that the dome appeared. Oh, back here. Okay, so it was on the way back that the dome appeared. So those who were hiding on the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked at Salami. What a mess. And just after we finished fixing the tracks. Okay, so a lot of people at Salami are having issues. Salami. Mechanical soldier. Why do they look like women? It looks like it's been run through a pole with a pole arm. Ah, because the Stinian's around, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't have anything wrong with it, but I'm just curious of why. Why choose women as your frontline attackers? Why would it choose a female structure? Maybe that's just what it based itself off, maybe? There's always a reason for things like that. I'm very curious. Zara, you came. You know what would be really cool? If your main character, like you as the character, if you were a male, then they would be male. If they were female, if you're a female character, then they're female. And like the whole thing is they're actually just based off you. And that's why they're strong. Because they interacted with you at some, like you interacted with the stone, so they're like got your recording. Anyway, that would be intelligent and good writing. Zara, you came. As you can see, we're all doing alright. After those ships appeared, the sky soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along who dealt with them in a flash. That would be Astinian. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. A shame I've never had the chance to ask him his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I couldn't say the same for those in Salami. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is okay. Well. I'm not ready with this. Is definitely not voice acted. One of my biggest gripes is the main campaign should have so much more voice acting. So you heard about the Sumerian as well. It's definitely Astinian. There can't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me? Who are you again? Oh, this is Astinian! My boy! Talk of how I saved the town travels fast. Who are you again? That's not discounting. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The Automa aren't particularly strong. But there are rumors that Gula Jaja was slain. I'm afraid so. Zorolja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. God, girl, you went from like everybody is good and everybody can be saved to I must kill my brother. Like they're all part of the island. They're all okay. It's like he must die. That's a bit of, it's a revenge quest. Giants that want to not repopulate, who want to return their well, they want to become conquerors again. Nah, they're okay. We can reason with them. But God forbid you kill her father, you're a dead man. But we're not gonna act like this isn't a revenge quest. That's a fast turnaround? Oh yeah. Well, the entire time she's talking about peace and how people can get along through conversation. But her brother kills her dad and all of a sudden we can't talk. He has to die. You're going to help her, I assume? You mean she's gonna steal my glory? I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shalon. No! My boy! To keep the eye on things. She can stay here. She's the ruler. She needs to not die. Come with me, Estidian. Let's leave the bitch behind. It sounds like a romance novel. It's like you can leave that bitch behind and we can be together again. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. You'll find yourself in trouble. Don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona, brother? Wait a second, you're the vow of resolve. You are a fucking slow one, aren't you? I am, and you're Zekoa, right? I was counting on you. I'll be counting on you to say to keep people here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. And the fastest gun in Shaloni. Too bad your brain isn't as fast. Sorry, can attest to that. Can I? Bro's got the fastest arm in the West. You know, he only lasts 5 seconds. Glad to hear we leave Shaloni in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away then. Man's got the fastest draw in the West. Quick draws in more ways than one. Stay safe out there. Don't do anything reckless. Or all I do is reckless. Wasted words, eh? You just do what comes naturally. Exactly. Right then, time we're headed to the station and join the others. Sorry, I'm eating part of my dinner. I have two parts of my dinner. I have a lasagna, a small lasagna, as well as the beef, potato, carrots, and sweet potato. It's very yummy. You can't have any. That's a get fucked moment. Now, fuck off. I'm being hunted by cactus. Forgive me, is that offensive? I mean cacti. Not that I really care about offending you or anything. What's up, you stoller? Thanks to Astinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. Sorrow as well is safe. Oh, we're safe as well. I'll just summarize the. At the very least, there were no sightings of the soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It's comprised of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zerolja and his army emerged from within, there ought to be some entrance. An entrance, you say? It happens that we might have an inkling to where one is. The train boys. And girl. These are the engineers of Zaktaral Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Salami. When we set out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome there through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, a huge fortress-like structure that looked like a straddled the dome. Oh, forgive me. I just ate it, but it's already coming up to fight me. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the edge of the dome. You're telling me part of it is inside and part of it is outside. That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers that were coming from it, coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you expect, the area was heavily defended and won't be easy to get near. Do you know that what became of the passengers who went to Yasaloni? Lamant's nursemaid was among them. A woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here were accounted for. I can say that for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived at Salami. But when that big tremor struck, not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. Yes, it's so tragic. You've lost your dad, and now you lost your pseudo mom. I couldn't care less. A woman is dead, Watch. How could you not care? Because I'm not sold that Woklama actually cares. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. Well, what are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how it is that we will reach it undetected. I don't care if we were detected, I'll smash our way inside. Again, Mary Sue? Oh yeah. 100%. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zerolja wants me to prove that I'm father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliola. By charging in head first, I make the intentions plain as day, and in doing so, keep his eye on me. Oh, right, sure. Who improve this writing? Ow, 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 ow. Cramp in my knee. Koji, how could you improve this writing? How could you read the story from head to toe and not go, fuck, this is awful? Bold strategy, I like it. That's a bold strategy, Jim. Let's see if it pays off for him. Oh, and it doesn't. Oh, and he gets fucked. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching the base. What you need is something that will get you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow. And with that, and we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor and load her with fuel she'll carry and send her hurling at it and explode on impact. Dave, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from the coast to coast, remember? If invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? The good old strap up, run straight out, and explode strategy. I was gonna say, oh, I can't say that. I'll get banned. It's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Your death is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. These good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief, listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fail, I always get it back up. Oh, we always get back up. As long as you're alive, and we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fail really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. You know, you fail really, really hard and break all your legs and arms, so you're impossible to get back up. Just use your head to get back up. Simples. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to get out. If we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. I think this riding needs its legs and arms broken. I agree. Needless to say, yep, I read that already. Are you alright with that? With you going out in a blaze of glory? Sure. Ain't bothering me. There's no changing your mind, is there? There's no changing anything about the mat. You can't change this mat. You can't wash the mat. You can't pull the hairs out of the mat. You can't make it smell any better. It's stuck outside all day and it's covered in shit. Just promise me you'll be careful. You'll be careful out there, honey. Alright, so this is one of my gripes with it. So I have a notepad for anyone that is unaware. This is my notepad so far. It has expanded. since. So I think you were lost here, Velma. We had one of my favorite ones here is the Warrior of Light. It's supposed to be Will, not with. Spelling for the win. What is the ratio to pros to cons? The pros is this. That's all the pros. This is an expansion complaint because the expansions in general just need more voice acting. These are all negatives. I would say we're not doing too great. My enjoyment to my hatred is not balancing out well here. But one of the things that has upset me is the Warrior of Light will mime words of the opposite of the dialogue chosen, and we may even see this here, which means depending on what I pick, may or may not have like a actual miming to the words. So typically what happens is you pick a choice, your character will mime saying those words, but in this fucking expansion, your character just says whatever the writer wants you to say, because they believe they know you so well that they can predict your choice. So a 4-to-1 in favor of the cons. Yeah, it's a pretty an ample way of saying it. 5-to-1 maybe, even worse. Because this is also like, there are multiple points in here. So obvious, one of the previous area, oh no, not the previous area, the previous loads of missions that we had was about a corrupt here we go again, it was about a corrupt police chief or a deputy chief. So it was obvious bad guy is obvious, because we see a very clearly corrupt police officer, basically, or a corrupt dust watchman. Deputy Dustwatch is corrupt, boring, and foresaw this because he was like the most obvious shit in the world. Aaronville knew the bad guy before the reveal, so one of the quests was like we had to sneak around and find out where the bracelet was and figure out who the leader was. Except if you chose the wrong dialogue option, Aaronville will just tell you exactly who he will just tell you exactly who the bad guy is. Even though you don't know yet, even though the character that's supposed to reveal to you who the bad guy is hasn't said anything. Anyway, because I chose different dialogue options, the Vulture felt like a filler episode of an anime. And then there was mention of the earth tremors, but our character never even felt or even had a cutscene of us feeling the said tremors. So that's what happened last stream. It was great. Loads of fun. So let's see if it happens. We'll keep your wife safe, we promise. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown. Never fear. Okay, so that was the one the writer intended. And that's a reference to the Shadowbringers, because this character was featured in a previous expansion, but this is the alternate reality version of this character. Because there are 14 reflections. This is one of the reflections of this character that exists in all 14 reflections. Seeing as I've never had a drink in my life, I would certainly hope not. It'll be a It'll be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Unless your wife dies in the explosion. Which would actually be a good writing. You can actually write in a dark moment. Well, at least it'll go down as a legendary train that saved Tyrol. That it will, but first we've got to work. We've got work to do. So she'll look the part. Okay. What's up, Alizé? I don't know about Magitech, but if there's anything I can help with, just say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand in this work that needs doing over there at the storehouse. They won't do that? I know they won't do that. That would require an actual delicate touch on interpersonal relationships and develop it would actually develop Wooklamat as a character, having a very precious someone that you rely upon, you know, someone you just met. Maybe you don't have like a very deep bond with this person, but like you watch them die when you could have defended them, and it's a character growing moment. It doesn't require good writers. Exactly. I swear, and I said this yesterday, I swear most of the good writers have been put on the new expansion that's coming up, because the new, I'm pretty confident the new expansion coming up, all the head writers, all the good writers were writing the lore and the story, the overarching story for the expansions that are coming up. And this expansion was given to like the weakest writers on the team, going, here's we need an interim, we need something to space the gap between Endwalker's story and the new expansion of stories that we have planned. Here's this expansion, do whatever the fuck you want with it, make it somewhat okay, and you'll be great. It just needs to be the middle piece, or the joining bridge between one saga of the story to the next saga. That's exactly what it is. This is how it feels. It feels like it's not meant to be a good story, it's just to tide you over with story until the new expansion comes out. At least that's how it feels to me. It seems like we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tulliola and inform Koano of the situation. Also, where is the brother? Okay, so the brother should come and help us with the train augmentations, surely, right? He's the Magitech guy. He can like be away for a short period, help us with the Magitech upgrading the train, and then go back, right? Or probably just, you know, hopefully swap with the Matt, and she can never come back. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate to the Golden City. If we can identify the connection, we may learn something. And may learn something of use in our fight. It's one story after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know that we can get through this together. Ugh. She's like, she literally is very pretty much like the Final Fantasy stamp. Like, peace, family, brotherhood, we can all do this together, all wrapped up into one stamp that she constantly hits against your forehead. I hate that I continue to hate this character. I wish I could like, I really wish I could like this character. I mean, again, I don't exactly, hate is not the correct word. It's disillusion. It's just disillusionment. I'm disillusioned by this character, and I cannot bring myself to care. What's up, Graha? The ship seemed to be content with remain waiting in the skies. So let us take this opportunity to do what we can to repair. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Wallaka and the engineers. Hate is also a word that can be used. It can, but the thing is, I don't truly hate her. Like, hate for me is a very strong feeling. I don't hate her. I'm just so indifferent to her existence that it's exhausting having to deal with her constantly. I need this character needs time to breathe, and I'm just constantly forced to be with her. There's no real breathing room for this character. There's no time for her to grow and expand. Again, that would require good writing, but like, even just like some time away, proper time away. The most time away I've had was with Erinville, and that was for like 6 quests. I did like 6 quests in this area, and all it did was set up this part of the expansion. It just set up the go run back to Wooklamat and save the city, and so Wooklamat can go kill her brother. It really feels like Erinville's storyline of going to see his mother is on the back foot. There's no like we don't care about it. There was also an incredibly insensitive scene in the last episode. If you want to think of this show as, if you want to think of this as an episodic show, right? In the last episode, we even had a moment where Erinville believes everyone in the town could possibly have died. They could all be dead right now. And what do we all say? We all get joyous and happy and go, we can do it because we're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And Erinville's staring there like, everyone I know and love is dead. Hate can be a seed. I've nourished that seed far into the greatest tree. I just don't feel, the blossoming of a fruit, particularly in this instance. It may be growing. It may in fact be growing. If she ruins a big moment for me as the player, or for Erinville as an important character in this story, then that may blossom. Then the fruit may blossom. I swear, if she pulls the Deus Ex Machina, because I know it's happening, I know it's gonna come. I'm like foreseeing it right now. Like the moment you meet a character like this, you know she's going to steal some big moment out from underneath you. If you hate the concept of Mary Sue, then you hate her. I'm very sure. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. Fuck you. I have to drink. I have to drink my wild banana. Yay, I have a wild banana buff. Wild banana blend. Alright, Graha, what's up? Sorry. You should be sorry, actually. That was horrendous. You drink bananas, that's bananas. Bananas, and pajamas coming right down the stairs. I don't think you would even understand that reference. Your joke was bad and you should feel bad. The door's right over there. Exactly. Need the big cane. Where's the cane? We can pull you off stage like in the old time movies. Well, I have no objections to the plan itself. I have one concern. Can we be certain Zerolja will not strike Tululia in retaliation? Doesn't mean I'm going through with it. Bruh. I consider the possibility, but when my brother told me that when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that this kingdom is superior to Tolulia and give him no it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows that I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting on the inside of the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us with his to prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, then we're more likely to put Tuliola in danger, if not by not fighting, by not taking the fight to him. Sure. If we indulge Zerolja, at least until Tuliola has shored up its defenses. Right, we'll be in charge of the front. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, we'll find a way to fortify Toliola. If you believe this is the best course of action, then we shall trust your judgment. I don't think it's a great idea, mate. I'm so upset that this is not Graha's expansion. I really thought when I fucking first started Dawntrail, I honestly thought this is going to be a me and him expansion, because the reason I say that, for anyone that isn't aware of Final Fantasy, one of the previous expansions, not the last expansion but the one before that, is introducing this character, falling basically for the character, like enjoying everything about this character and his reveal, and that you literally say to him, the next big adventure, we're gonna take him with us. And what do? When the next big adventure comes along, we leave him behind. Like, bruh, how do you not take Graha? The one person you said that you would go on the next great adventure with, you leave him behind. This should be a me and Graha expansion. The stakes didn't need to be that high. It just should have been a great expansion where me and Graha are exploring a new area, a new environment, a new island, and then experiencing the politics of that island, and then wanting to get involved in certain politics. Because bad writers, I know, but I can dream. I can imagine what a good story could be like. I expect there will be no small amount of any resistance, but we'll do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Be done for the train. The thing is, like, I think people get too thrown up in this, that everything needs stakes. You don't really need stakes. Like, stakes are nice to have. They really put things in perspective, and like, it forces your character to action. But they don't need to be world ending. And they certainly don't need to be country ending or require you to set up an annoying character just for us to try and care about the world again. You have a character that we care about that you could use as our motivation. Whatever. Looks like the work is getting underway. We'll finish it in no time at all. So, what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Would you happen to know a few who would be willing to come and help us complete the modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsman did you have in mind? Let me see. It's a goldsmith, isn't it? All right, brother, I go eat now. Have fun. Thank you for the thank you for the like, Velma. Have a good one. Thank you for having such a good argument with me. I appreciate you. Have a good rest. Sleep well, Velma. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'll be over in an instant if they manage to get just one good hit of the Silurium tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who can handle that? Oh God. We could walk over. The master carpenter from Okahana. Hey, if you would be willing, we'd be glad to have them. No objections from me. Just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. Ugh. I feel like a child. I'm being treated like a child right now. But we'll need more than just a carpenter. We want this to be done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving, heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone that could be up to the task. Yeah, but the giants. It would be perfect. You'd be hard pressed to find any folks stronger than the Hakoi. I'm sure you'd be willing to help. Friends with the Hakoi, I'll be damned, will not be wanting for strength like that. Next, I like the outfit to train some. Wait, outfit. I would like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding. Wait, the soldiers will be riding on their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm, like my brother. Any ideas of ranged weapons we can use? Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Ballistas, eh? Well, that'd be powerful. It seems to me it'd take a long time to reload between shots. If there was that sort of ballista that could reload quickly, that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I could be assistance. Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defense, and I see no reason why the design can't be adopted for your train. Well, I do not conceive of them myself. I know their design, and it should be possible to build them, provided that we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fortuné can help with. What materials do you need? The barrel could be fashioned from any metal as long as it's highly conductive to ether. The power of the cannon will require fire aspected crystals of the highest purity. The fire crystals might be as the miners over in the springs can help with that. And then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started on drawing up the schematics. Alright then, I'll secure us the smiths. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Caesar is in charge of the supplies, so you might want to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we've set a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let us get this drain dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Oh my goodness, close my eyes. Well, here's the plan. The plan's coming together to make good speed. Godspeed. I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back into Yoctoral. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw she's over at the southeast. Oh, lovely. Beautiful. Schneezer! That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannon's interesting. I have no idea where we can get a conductive metal, so I have an idea where we can get a conductive metal, so I'll take care of that. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best you spoke directly with the miner. Can I leave you with that? Great! With friends like Leate, you're friends with Leate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you crystals you're after, it's her. How very convenient. Not only is she great with a bow, but she is also exceptional at mining. Just go on a straight line, man. Ah! Don't get hurt! Ow! Fuck! Go away, you bastard! Oh my goodness, apologies. Alright, Leate. What brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals you have. Well, I have. I think I heard them. I think I heard tell about them before. But what was that about? A hot commodity. Haha. Ha. Haha. Now I remember. Sul Analus. You can find them to the south. You can find them to the south of the town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their guard, if you can believe it. If you want the purest, though, you'll have to go after the oldest and toughest beasts. Oh, analysts. Yep. I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. I'm looking forward to seeing why everyone thinks so highly of you. Ah, that's a wall, dumbass. Ah, I did it again. I'm tired. I can feel my tiredness, actually. Come on. Oh, can you tell that I closed my eyes? Apologies. Oh my goodness, I'm just so bored. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these spots. We think it's due to the Silurium, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see a bigger dominating sword, and that's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat that's known to draw out the leader. I wish that's actually how it worked. Could you imagine that's how fucking fate spawned? Fuck. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling. Oh, pardon me. I was gonna kill this one. I don't need to, but I am. Ow. It's fine. Can't kill me anyway. Nice. Several bombs. Aha, here it is. Shit. Oh, fuck's sake. There we go. That's better. Aww. Finally. There's no prey there. No need to pray there. Here we are. I was eating. There we go. Ah, you're gonna die, bitch. There you go, you little bitch. Looks like a singing crystal. Oh, ran past. There she is. What's up, right there? Oh, you dealt with all those beasts in no time at all. You need crystals delivered to Shiza. I'll see that he gets it. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? Right about your plan to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he gambled, and though he'll grumble, if he knew I'm asking this, please take care of Erenville. Anyway, I'd be best on my way, and you as well. And then, in case you're going to meet her, I saw Lamat heading for the station. You saw the Matt heading for the station? Bruh. What am I supposed to do about that? Oh yeah. Why has he got booty cheeks? All right. Let's see what we're about. She's told me that you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for when they return. When they arrive. Damn it! I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon. You'll find your mother dead. It'll be good to see. It'll be good to see her after all those years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time with Papa. she'll talk your ear off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't say it any other way. Sorry, I was doing something. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins with the extra hands arrived. Of course. It's a trolley problem. Do I kill thousands to save a few million? Ah. Bro, you can't fucking... No, whatever. Thanks for making the trek. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack of Tuloli, I've been wondering if there was no aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Val Kona, I leapt at the chance to be part of it. Peace will be restored, and then we'll all enjoy the nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep us safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gulfer does the same with the capital. I'm truly grateful. With us all working together, there's nothing we cannot accomplish except saving our brother. He must die. Let's get to it, my friends. Let's get to it. What the fuck is this song? What the fuck is this song? What? We're on a revenge quest. Why are we acting? Why is it so happy? People are dead. This hardly feels like the time for levity. Whatever. Whatever. My opinion doesn't matter. It really feels like whoever made this expansion as well really liked Red Dead Redemption, but also didn't understand what made Red Dead Redemption good. Yeah, socializing with Graha. I need more of that. Eating. All right, everyone, let's do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons, and we'll have yourselves well, a hard-earned rest. Thank you everyone for answering the call. No need for thanks. Now, whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must do our part when our nation is in peril. Here, we love to roll. And you, Matt. Ugh. Nope. I care for you all. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Push his glasses up through glabella. I will not forget this. You hear me? Good boy. Good fucking lord. What other food aspects do I have? I have sweet muffins. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't be able to finish it so quickly without you. Go rest up, friend. I won't be long until the train is ready. All aboard. From here on out, we won't be stopping till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to do them. The boarding call will come before you know it. I hope if I turn around, it'll just happen instantly. Wait for the engineers. I'm so lonely, nobody to call my own.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine.
Gas.
We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
If it doesn't immediately fail with her saying that, I'm gonna get upset. I would be unbelievably happy. We send the train into a death spiral. It hits the barrier and just goes poof and doesn't actually fully explode.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend
Just
with enemy
casually
forces.
rebuilding
And
an engine
as they're
with more
modelled
torque.
upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
Shame we have to blow it up. But let's try. Let's let him try and stop this. Yes, Chaos. What's up, baby boy? What can I do for you?
Glad she's to your liking.
What's up?
I hate to let go of such
What's
a
up, guys?
beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yes, probably.
You won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
I like to pummel a tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Bro. The train is out in the open.
Right.
We are
So
in
everyone,
a desert.
are we
And
ready?
you just fucking took it out of the shed. What are you talking about? It's not like it's not nearly 100
We've done
meters
all
out
we
of the
can. Rest
down the
is up to
track.
you.
What are you talking?
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Or if they're gonna blow it up, they can do it right now. They can see it.
Vanish.
Or it just casually whips out a spell that can make an entire train invisible. I mean, it's Graha, but still.
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
I don't understand.
Here we go.
Hold on. Wouldn't it have been more impressive or more important to use the vanish spell just before we left the safety of the tunnel? That way we'd spend the longest period of time cloaked rather than trying to use the cloaking spell just before getting to the tunnel that was only a short distance away.
No, you don't.
Why did we need to be cloaked going through a tunnel?
They switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
What? Okay, that's more of a problem. But what was the unnecessary jump scene from Graha? You're welcome.
Erinville, I need you to take over for me.
What? I mean, I'm okay with this being a cutscene, but I kind of would have liked it if it was gameplay. But I have a feeling it would have been probably a little bit difficult for the system. That was totally unnecessary. Nice. It's like a slightly
That was too close.
not as cool
Still alive, Aaronville?
Space Marine 2 chapter ending.
Mostly.
Like when you're sending the train into the Hive City. It's like that, but not as cool. It was okay. Kind of wish I had gameplay a bit in there, and then it led to a secondary cutscene. Like the most typical train scenes, like, you know, Gears of War 2, or I think it was Gears of War 2, where you got that train scene where the train like is going forever.
We should hurry.
You got some enemies to kill before the next cutscene plays. That would have been nice.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Makes it feel like you're really participating in the train battle, and that this is a really long track, and there's a reason that you there's a reason you need all this armor and weaponry. Vanguard now accessible. Can I take
Let's get to
why
it.
is she the tank? Why can't... You know what? I'm gonna queue for this because I just don't want to deal with her. I'm gonna queue. An 18-minute wait time though. Fine. Ugh. I really wish I could have swapped Wooklum. See what I mean? Like, whatever. Whatever. No point in complaining. The game doesn't care about my complaints. Okay. I'm gonna take the lead because I don't trust Wooklum.
Allow me.
Just because I want to overwhelm her. I know she can't die, obviously, but a man can dream. Let this old man dream.
Something special for you.
Uh-huh. Something special indeed. Looks like it's about one. That's not. It's not look terrible. There we go. Probably set up now. Fucking bikes? What the fuck? Dudes, what the fuck are you doing? I think I'll just stick to single target. Fuck it. I don't give two shits about multi-hit. I'll die one way or another. Well, it's almost enough to kill him. Almost. Force? Oh, floater turn. Interesting. We keep spamming Fireball until I run out of MP. And then we cast Despair. And then Foul. And then Lightning. And then Fire. Then Triple Cast.
Hold on.
There we go. I just stopped attacking. I like fell asleep. To be fair, this area is really cool. I'm also very tired at the same time, so that didn't exactly help. It's not the first time this has happened to me. And it most certainly will not be the last. Warning, intruders detected.
Back on! Just the beginning.
What the fuck? Beware the wing wide. Oh. Cool.
Try this!
Whoa, that's not at all what I was expecting. I thought it was gonna be another swoop. I realized. I've realized. Dispatch. Oh shit.
This should do it!
I like this. I don't mind this mechanic actually. It's pretty simplistic. Not gonna lie to you, I had no fucking clue. There you. Look at a helmet. What's the helmet look like? Turrets. Is it perhaps a marine turret? Actually, it'd be blocked out, wouldn't it? Should I care about the fight that's currently happening on the screen? Probably. Like, do I? No. Chaos, nearby, please. My rotation's probably shit, but yeah, well. It doesn't fucking matter. Who the fuck cares? If you care, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care that you don't care. Lovely. Nope. Ring of casting. Ah, not bad. Smashing buttons. Ah. I ran out of spells. I need a finisher for the multi-hit. Like Despair. Don't get me wrong, I'm well aware of what I'm asking
Hold
for.
on.
I'm just saying they should. It's like, yes, I understand that I have flair. I'm not blind. I understand that it's exactly the same. I just don't like it as much as I like despair. But I guess it's exactly the same skill regardless, so. Come on. Whew, I almost died. That could have ended poorly. Look at that. Look at Matt. Lovely. Oh, my knee. There what? Is it better to focus on the target? I assume it's better to... Is it better? Because it just bursts down one target at a time. Everyone else can do multi-hits. Particularly for a black mage, who focuses mainly on single target damage. Nah, fuck that, but oh. I like how these are just Garlean. They're just Garleans repainted. Good old Garlean technology with a bit of recoat. Very true. I just thought of something. Oh, they're better? Please tell me they're better. Oh, I got 3 things that are better, but I can't equip any of them. Oh no, I can! Usually you can't equip shit during missions. Protector! What the fuck was that? Safety chain? Deploying volley? Calm down, Omega. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. I see. I was wondering what the fucking patches on the ground were for. That's not too bad. Ah, I got snapshot, it's fine. Whoa, what the fuck is this? I should have nuked Clement. I thought about it, I will admit. I did indeed heavily think about standing just close enough. Oh no! It burned through that shield a lot faster than I expected, to be fair. I know it has like it's a shield, right? So it has a limited lifespan. But I thought maybe, just maybe. Nah, I got arrogant. I'm like, I could just sit this and be safe. Yeah, nah. There we go. Acceleration bomb? Oops, still doing that. What is acceleration bomb? Lamont. Damn it, I got hit by the second bullet, but she didn't. Motherfucker. I can't believe that. I refuse to believe it. Okay, so it is what I thought. Acceleration bomb is the same as what's the name? That if you're moving while it's activated. You got one stack, that's fine. Oh, it's a double hit. I wasted my draw lines. Vanguard breaches of aiming. Yeah, come on. That's so great. Here we are. Thank you. I much appreciate it. Don't know why I moved. That was an idiotic idea, but fuck it. Whoa, did the game just speed up there for a second? Was I imagining that? I felt like everything was just moving at high speed for a second or two there, like it was trying to catch up with something.
Take that!
Take that and this and this and that. I know I was like one off. Kind of annoying, but I think it's really annoying that you can press swift cast but end up hard casting.
Allow me.
It must just the way that it registers the commands. Thank you. Send reinforcements, Commander. Will not tolerate follow-up and failure. The fuck out of here. Tolerate failure. You'll tolerate this dick in your mouth and like it. What do you think about that, robot? It's human reckoning 5 years too early. My goodness. How fucking brain dead is this? I just don't feel like I need to do anything. How are you? Vanguard Ring of Slaying. I'm gonna have to send so much of this shit back to the fucking Dawn of Time. Pursuing hostilities. What do you mean pursuing hostilities? I'm just hiding. What do you mean? It don't matter. They're gonna do all the content for me. That's the joy.
Hold on.
Oops, wrong one. And let's press freeze. Rotation error! This is my fault. Wait, no, never my fault. Come on. Finally. Fucking finally. Talk architecture school kind of reminds me of what's the name from Destiny? Rasputin. It gives me Rasputin's vibes. Obviously, they're two very different games and two very different circumstances, but I feel the same. Whew. I can turn around. Oh. Safety inspection check. Did I get turned around? I did get turned around. This happens when you close your eyes like an idiot. I'm sorry, I'm still very tired. I'm doing my best, man. I apologize. I wish I wasn't so tired, but I'm old, man. I'm old and I work 9 hours a day. You'll have to forgive me. Oh. I wish I wasn't so tired. I wish I was more entertaining, but fuck it. Who cares? I am what I am. Hello? That such a breach should be allowed, but it ends now? Xander the Snake Skinner? We redeem our honor? What? Xander the Snake Skinner? What a name. Oh shit. Hey, at least I got my full use out of the fucking what's the name? My puddle. Bitch, go away. You fuck with my rotation and shit. I'm guessing he has a second phase because he has that same thing attached to his head. He dies but doesn't actually die. Yep. Alright, no more games. There was no resurrection magic. I call on the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me strength to destroy my enemies. Damn.
Try this.
Holy crap. By me. I was very lucky. No, it's fine. I didn't die. I had a feeling it was gonna happen. I should have stayed exactly where I was standing before. What? Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know what the telegraph for that was. Rear guard. Oh, okay, I see. That's Bane. Yep. Sag. But that's fine. I gotta pay more attention to the actual cost bars. It's one of my biggest flaws. Oops, I fucking did it again. Oh well. I guess my DPS, but it's fine. Tell me about myself anyway. What? Woo, that was close. Okay. Better. Okay. Oh, come on, Graha. I was sitting where Graha was, but he moved. Full guard. Rear guard. Rear guard. There we go. I haven't maintained my dot nearly well enough. So that one should go that way. This one should go that way. Ah! Motherfucker! I don't know how that keeps catching me. Fuck you, I just popped fucking Swiftcast. Ah, I still got fucking snapshotted. Bruh. Whew. Definitely do better. I'm somewhat. I've improved from what I was, but I'm still pretty shit. Oh, air wheel M9. What the fuck is that? That's a minion. Nice. I received a gunblade as well. Shit. That's not bad, top. I definitely do need to do an inventory management.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining.
Aww.
To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
What is that structure?
How bizarre. This cannot be Yasulani, can it?
Certainly looks like it, I assume. Heritage found. There's like a giant reactor in the middle. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. The land of Levin. Actually, no, this won't be. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Yeah, obviously. Obviously you got transported in. What a stupid question. Nor was that wall over there. The material's not something you would use in Toral. It's closer to what we saw in the gate of the Golden City, where there's mechanical soldiers. Really, I would never have guessed. Such a massive structure couldn't have possibly been built in such short of a time. That's because it was simply transported into this location. Anyway, then I'm inclined to assume that we've been transported to another location, or perhaps this location was teleported onto it. Well, speculations will avail us naught, but we need to learn more about. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Ichi. Let's take a look. Let's take a look around then. Oh. It's a cool landscape. Why am I getting this gauge? Oh. Because I have my third polyglot. That's why. I was like itchy. The knuckles on the back of my hand are itchy. These kind of look like Ryu's assets of Endwalker. In particular the railroad stuff. Not Endwalker, Shadow Marines. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? It's because of the scab. Like, why is my hand so itchy? The scab. Must be your Salami station. What? The Salami station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we can find someone to talk to there. Let's go investigate. They've all been nuked by lightning. I betcha. Alexandrian Axebeak. I was like, why the fuck are we playing? What is this music? Well, like, why are we playing a Realm Reborn music? And then I realized what mount I'm using. Oh man, it's part of the healing process. It's not the first time I've had itchy fucking wounds or itchy scabs. I'm pretty sure this is your Salami station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it's abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should go look around a bit more. What's up, Kyle? Aetherite of Tululi. This Aetherite is of Tululi design. How are we feeling, Aranville? It's fallen to total disrepair, almost as if it hasn't been used for decades. Dilapidated building. This building is a rotting husk, and it's clearly been many years since anyone lived here. I mean, his people lived for like hundreds to 300 years, I believe. So there's a very good chance that his mother's still alive. Let's grab the wind, the air current. Itchy, why so itchy? Ah, this is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Very helpful dialogue. Thank you. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long time. Look at their derpy face. I think this thing is broken. I think you're broken. Ugh. Sorry, it's like really itchy. It's part of the healing, I know, but still. You find the turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used for years. Amidst enormous alien structures, we find familiar sights like a station. Yeah, almost like everything teleported to this location. I don't know, that's where my brain went. This field went up and everything, the dome went up, everything just teleported in. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone. Then I want you all to take a look at this. The standby soldier. This is one of the mechanical soldiers. Long since broken, apparently. But it appears, but I'd say its presence confirms that this is indeed Zerolge's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? What did you learn? So all evidence suggests this is Yislani Station, Salami Station. Shislani? I have no doubt that this is the Salami Station, but I don't understand why these structures are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For a new structure to deteriorate and the enormous ones to appear in the flesh, if I didn't know better, I would say time flows differently in here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Although it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow in a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is salami, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Aaronville says this is salami, then it must be. Your village is a little bit further along, right? Aaronville. Huh? Oh. Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next then, rather than talk theory. It's always better to confirm things. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Sorry, I was still chewing on food. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. It seems broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? They do appear to be. Would you accompany me for a moment? Yes, happily. There's something I wish to investigate. Yes, Graha, I will happily accompany you. To speak with Morklamet. I do that enough. I get to speak with Graha. Graha, buddy. I'm coming, buddy. Speak with Grahatia. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to these pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's take a closer look. Happily. For Grahar, I'll dive to the depths of any hell or ocean. Just for you, buddy. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. These, I suspect, they're not merely decorative. I posit it's used to harness the lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Stolar for a blessing. The dome doesn't appear to interfere with the link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Oh, my short detour with Grahar is gone. My short, beautiful detour with Grahar is gone. Oh, shut up. Go away. I'm grieving. Can't you tell that I'm grieving? Aw, man. Oh. I may have closed my eyes for a split second. What in the world? What's happening? What's happened? What? Did we just walk down and walk back up?
My home.
Oh, voice act.
It's in ruins. But why? What happened here?
No, Ariel.
And where is everyone?
It looked like we
had
walked
a look
down
in
to
a
look
few
up.
of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Been abandoned for some time.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
No, you're just fucking stupid.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Sup, bitch? Why you glowing? I remember you. I saw you.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Uh-huh.
Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Alexandria.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
King of Resolve.
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Right.
Then you're both behind the attack on Tulishola.
Jesus, you're fucking quick to kill again?
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No,
And I'm
you have it
bloodthirsty,
all
right?
wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Okay. For what reason?
Our aid. I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike, But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
So are you, bitch.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power.
Excuses?
So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
This is a good question, Crowd.
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasulani. The house I grew up in is still here.
Yes.
But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins.
Bruh.
Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barriers surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first.
Almost like I fucking said that.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of obvious.
A closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts.
Okay.
A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides
what? Yes, you actually... oh my god, you're actually thinking about your friend for once? Holy shit.
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No.
I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through.
Oh, she gets a free pass.
So
But
by
you're
all
gonna
means,
kill your brother.
show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Okay. So, she gets a free pass, but Zeralja doesn't get any kind of
Wonderful.
turnaround or recourse. Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Suspicion.
If
Answer the
things
question.
should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
Nope. You can fucking die.
I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
There we go. Why did we stay behind? Ah, sorry about that. I close my eyes for 1 minute and that's what happens. It goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself to be queen is suspicious. The fuck? Oh, I ran past her. Why a re-glamour, dude? Oh. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps Savine is as well. Yes. Yes, mayhaps. Well, this is where I thought. Curious. I just kept walking, unsurprisingly. Man, I really am tired. How long have I been going for? 4 hours and 23 minutes? Oh my goodness. I think I'll finish this quest and then I'll call it for tonight. I am so sleepy. Unfortunately. Man, I wish I wasn't so tired. I didn't realize I was so tired. I think I burned so much energy at the start of stream with that big conversation. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. Tyroli have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing, but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, we use electrope. The use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electrope? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, it's nearly on the outskirts. Oh, I was like, am I running the right way? Da 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 da. Here we are. It is fascinating how they combine traditional bricklaying with electrope-based engineering, a curious blend of two cultures. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of this ceaseless gloom, almost.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Okay. Everybody got them devices on their heads.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
They all have them.
You look well, Paquine.
Paquine?
And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
Except better written.
It's only natural
and
for
more
a ruler
likable
to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them.
Oh, shut
who
up.
they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Almost suspiciously so.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wuk Lamart and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then.
Indeed.
Lamont is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Okay, and...
Papone? That has a ton of Wautenring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
You mean you're not sure?
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say?
Uh-oh.
Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I don't like the way she said that.
I do. Yes.
You killed
then
her.
Tell me, please. Where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake.
Okay.
Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
I can and do.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
No, you fucking idiot. 30 years in the future.
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different.
As in, like, 30 years have passed. It's 30 years into the future.
When Zoraljar's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Okay, so that does explain it. I was wondering about that myself, but when I saw that things had become dilapidated, it made sense.
Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Congratulations, you figured it out. Do you suppose the time is still passing faster here?
I was able to make contact with Yestola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information.
Correct.
Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
All right.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
You could find their offspring.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fuel technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Bullshit.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Close my eyes again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's too bad. It's getting too bad. I need to go to bed. Electrop has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so the cultures could coexist, even going so far as Talena Tang. I'm impressed. Communication was thankfully not an issue. Talena Tang is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there was words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. And though mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Toulouse have a great deal to learn from one another. And I am sure there is much to learn from you as well. So please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate. Nice. Alright. Level 98 Black Mage. Alright, everyone. I'm gonna definitely have to call it there. I'm literally falling asleep on my desk, and it's a boring stream if you're just watching me fucking fall asleep on my desk, dude. Alright, I appreciate everyone who's been sitting with me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, night, morning, evening, whatever time it is for you. I'm going to be back again tomorrow, 6:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, or whatever time you prefer. No, it's not 6:30. Sorry, it's going to be 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's 30 minutes later because I don't get out of work until 5 o'clock, and I want to give myself about an hour or two to settle in and actually do stuff. But I appreciate you all, and until we meet again, whatever you do, don't you dare go hollow. And for now, it's goodbye for me, motherfuckers. Have a good one. Go.